Hello. Happy Thursday. What are we doing today? I don't know. I think we ended last week. Hey, Acid. Welcome in. We ended last week mostly in YAFC, working on the spreadsheets, trying to figure out what we needed to get built up for special small parts and the high-tech circuit boards. So I think today we can kind of pick up where we left off and start doing some of these things. I have to decide if I want to make oxalatic acid a standalone build or not. Carbon fiber is expensive. Right. That's the other thing that I was looking at. I started designing everything with tier 2 modules because as soon as we have Mech Parts 3, we'll have access to tier 2 modules. So ratios are going to be weird when we initially set things up, and things might run a little funky, and we have to keep that in mind. Because everything is designed for prod 2 with speed beacons to make up for the penalty now. So we'll have to keep that in mind as we're building, and we're going to have to change the way we design some of these builds to make space for the beacons, right? But yeah, a lot of this is fairly straightforward. Aerogel is a pretty big new build, but yeah, I think I said if we run this on with speed modules, yeah, we're looking at like 10 times the power consumption. So I think unfortunately we do have to just run this with only efficiencies. And just accept that we're going to have 16 centrifuges. It's going to be a biggish build, but otherwise the power consumption's too high. Ooh. That can be rough. Those ribbon cables are very, very, very fragile. Yeah. All right. I think we just have to start picking some things and start working on the builds. Can I do this with just prods? No, it's 13 without the speed modules. Okay. Wow, those speed module 2s are doing a lot of heavy lifting here. I love that this is just one building, though, once we beacon it. That's great. Gonna get a USB-C charge port. Oh, the PS... Oh, no, the PS4 is still micro USB. The PS5 switched to USB-C. That's right. Yeah, I need to break open all my PS4 controllers. I have some stick drift on a couple of them, so I need to put in new joystick modules, replace the batteries because they're all however many years old at this point. And a USB-C upgrade would be a good upgrade too while I'm in there doing surgery. That's probably only going to cost like $200 in parts to do all that, which is why I haven't done it. The ports are cheap. The joystick modules are not cheap if you want good ones. And the battery, I mean, battery prices are always all over the place. It's hard to tell. Okay, let's start with the things that we're upgrading. So I think Arcods, we just need one more Arcod Honeycomb. And then Nexalate Matrices, Nanocrystalline Cellulose, and Aerogel are all getting upgraded. And I'm not sure what we currently have for each of these. Right. If I want to do it once and never have stick drift again, I need to do Hull Effect, and they are still pricey. Especially for the modules that slot in to where traditional pots would go. Because there's some additional electronics to make a Hall effect sensor look like a potentiometer. This one will be fine. I think there's probably already a nanomaterial factory down here. Yeah, these are already Mark IIs. These are Mark IIs. So I actually get to rip 2 of these out and just drop a beacon here. A speed beacon. So that'll be 2 of these that I get to use for one of the other builds. What's next? Nanocrystalline cellulose is over here somewhere. Oh, and this is going to be a total rebuild, right? Because I'm switching nanocrystalline cellulose over to kickalc-based fiber instead of wood-based fiber. And then at the same time, we're going to do, again, switching to moduling it. So I think we have all the nanomaterial factories here that we're going to need. We even have all the wood processing units that we're going to need. Yeah. So we just need the pulp mills to do this. And then the other thing is I do need to decide where I'm going to find a third geothermal fissure. How am I doing? I'm doing well. I'm hot. It's, we had a thunderstorm roll through yesterday, and it is still very, very humid today. I do not enjoy the humidity. Other than that, I'm doing well. Oh, didn't you guys have like an awful, awful heat wave a couple of weeks ago? Yeah, I think this is the closest geothermal. I was looking at this a little bit before. There's none that are really close, so I'm just going to have to stretch a pipe somewhere. Or start putting geothermal on rails, but that seems like a lot of work. So I think I'm just going to run a pipe from here over, and it'll connect on in. Okay. What else? Aerogel. It was terrible, yeah. It sounded like it. We don't... High as mid-30s. That's what... Like 95? Yeah, 35C is almost exactly 95F. That's hot. Yeah, it's only like whatever like 80F is. 26, 27 here is the high yesterday and today. But we're also sitting at like 70, 80% humidity. So it's just sticky. Yeah, that's awful. I would not want to deal with that. All right, an aerogel is going to be like a total rebuild because I built this weirdly. This is all like a direct insertion build. And that's just not going to happen. Your room became a sauna. Yeah. Yeah, so looking at this, I think I'll make these Mark II soil extractors just so we don't need as many of them. So I think we're gonna have this belt of limestone coming in. We're gonna have a pair of these resorcinol to RF gel. I'll just do this DI even though it's not perfectly ratioed, because I'll put the beacon in the middle of the 4 buildings. Right, because they're built for English winters, not for modern global warming summers. Yeah, and then the output of this can feed out to all of our centrifuges and then into the last things. Okay, this won't be too terrible. And then I think everything else here is new stuff, and we'll look at the new stuff later. Let's get all of our upgrades done first. I don't know. I know you don't usually get that high. That's very hot for the UK. Okay, so we're gonna need a hydrocarbon plant. We're gonna need, for Nexilate matrices, all I need is the beacon. For nanocrystalline cellulose, how many beacons am I gonna need for nanocrystalline cellulose? That's the question. I think I'm gonna need 1, 2... With this many wood processing units, I'm going to get 4 beacons. We might be able to get away with 3. And then we also need 4 pulp mills. Just like I was saying with the aerogel, we're going to do some DI bits on this, even though it's not perfectly ratioed, because it lets us organize around the beacons more easily. And I'm also going to need a geothermal plant. And maybe one more heat exchanger. I'm not sure. This kind of heat exchanger. There's 3 different heat exchangers in Pyanodons. Aerogel. Let's go look at the aerogel build and I'll figure out what I am missing. What was over here? Am I losing my mind? Oh, a little further this way. Okay. We've got 1 high-pressure furnace, 1 mixer, 1 evaporator, 1 washer, and 2 centrifuges. Okay, so we've got 1 of everything except 2 centrifuges. That's totally reasonable. Pushing up to, like, above 25 is a little warm for me, but it's not miserable. Let's see, we need another evaporator. And we need 3.2 washers, and we have 1. So we need 2 more of these. And I am using Mark IIs just because I'm trying to keep this build compact. Mixers we have 1 of, we need 1 more. High pressure furnaces we have 1 of and need 1 more. We need 1 more beacon, so that goes up to 6. And 6 beacons means we need 12 speed modules. And for now, we don't have the Mark IIs yet, so it's all going to be Mark Is. And then how many prod modules do we need for everything? I see 8 there. Plus, I think we have plenty already at nanocrystalline cellulose and at Nexilate matrices. So maybe only like 8 more. $24 is your limit. Yeah. That's what, like 75 or so? 75.2. I'm good. And the other thing is efficiency modules. Do the wood processing units that I'm currently using for nanocrystalline cellulose already have efficiency modules in them? No, these have prod modules in them. Okay. So we'll change that to efficiencies. Because we can't prod kick-alk fiber? Is that why I did this? Yeah, we can't prod kick-alk fiber. So with the speed modules, do we actually need efficiency and speed, or do we just speed module the whole thing? Okay, we definitely want to beacon the speed modules. But if we get rid of the efficiencies... what am I working on? I am still working on getting all of our upgrades and the new dependencies in place for our next sort of tier of core components. So that's the special small parts, the blue chips, and the blue mech parts. So some of these builds that I was able to build very small are having to be scaled up quite a bit. Yeah, can I do this with just the... I have to do this. Enable custom modules, no internal modules. What if we just do the beacon? Like, do I really need the efficiency modules here? 96.5 versus 85. Okay. So the answer is no, not really. They don't help that much. I'm not going to bother putting them in then. That's fine. So in that case, I think I have plenty of prod modules because we're pulling prod modules out of a lot of things at the nanocrystalline cellulose build because this is getting drastically reconfigured. So I think... What do I think? I think that's everything. As long as I have enough speed modules for all my beacons. And I do. We don't need any more prod modules. And I'm going to get a couple of extra beacons and speed modules for them. I should only need the number that I put down. But, you know, when we actually start trying to build these things, we're probably going to run into issues. So I think that's everything for the upgrades that we need to do. And then the new builds we'll start looking at after. And that'll be a bunch of other new stuff that we're going to have to figure out. Again, figuring out like layouts around beacons and stuff like that for some of these. Yeah. Yeah, if we beacon this one, we can get it down to like just one factory, which is totally great. What I should probably do is put down 2 factories and reconfigure the beacon to be like a lower power usage one. There's another place that it's the same thing. Yeah, here, Nextlet Matrices. We should do the same. We should put down 2 factories and tweak the beacon settings. Because that'll save us a little bit of power. Because each of these beacons running in like maximum power is something like 300 megawatts. Which isn't heaps, you know. Each centrifuge is like a gigawatt into itself. But it's also... it's not nothing. So if we can run 2 factories and turn the beacons down a little bit, that'll be a good thing. Other than that, I think we're good. Unfortunately, I can't... well, I guess I can do the math, right? I can do it in EFC. Well, maybe I can actually do the math. So if we find AMF and beacons, right? Yeah, 0.1 times AM times FM. And power consumption is AM times FM cubed. So if we keep it at like AM 5 and go down to like FM 1, let's see what that looks like at like AM 5, FM 1, if we can find it. Unfortunately, these don't end up in like alphabetical order the way that AM 5, FM 1. 4.29. So we're going to need like AM 5, FM 3. So I think AM 5, FM 2 is still going to be more than 2 buildings. Yeah. So AM 5, FM 3 is, sure, 1.5. That works. And then it was the same thing at, was there another one of these that had just one building? Was that one of the new builds? Nexolite matrices, for sure. Nanocrystal and cellulose here. Aerogel, these are already in pairs. That's fine. Ammonium oxalate is fine. Well, I say that. How much ammonium oxalate do we actually need to bring in? 0.6, and this is 0.8. I could turn down the beacon. I don't think it matters. Oh, here, Nenbit matrix. Because I want this to be in a pair as well, and this is pretty comparable. So I think it's going to be the same AM5, FM3. Yeah, 1.43. It is, in fact, exactly the same. Weird. Probably because the exact numbers that I plugged into these are from previous attempts at things. So our actual number is whatever 5.76 divided by 1.43 times 2 is. I don't really know how the effect transmission... So 0.1 times 15 is 1.5, so it's going to be 1.5 times the 60% speed, or the 120% speed boost, so 1.8 times 2, so 3.6... times 4 times 5, but then we have this speed penalty. Which is minus 100. I don't actually know how all of these things like stack and how the calculation happens is the problem. So like 1.6 times... Sorry, these are already speed 2. So that's 16 divided by 5, 3.2 a second, times, I said 1.8 from this would be 5.7. Oh, because it's times 2.8. Sorry. Okay, so that's like 8.96 without the prod modules. And then we've got productivity at 1.4, 12.54, and then we have minus whatever amount of speed is minus here, which is minus 100%. So is that just minus... Does that come off of the... Let's try a number. Let's see if my maths. Oh, that's exactly right. All right, but that's more of these than I need. So let's go back. Nenbit matrices is 0.8 here, and high-tech circuit boards use a few more, 0.049. So we need 0.85 n-bit matrices. Can we set this to AM2, FM2 at 0.85, or is AM5, FM2, sorry. 1.9. Yes. Beautiful. So this is going to be... I need to do all the same math again. So because these are minus 100, and then this is plus 180, 280, it is just times 1.8, I think. So we make 2 in 15 seconds, 2 buildings, double speed, times, well, we're AM5, FM2. Okay, so that's exactly 1x. So that's times 1.2 and then times 1.4. And that gives us 0.896, which is exactly 2 buildings. Okay. I'm going to say 895, just so we're rounding down a little bit. Now, let's find where we're using Nextlit matrices as inputs. Yeah, which is just also going to be these things alongside the n-bit matrix. So 0.5 plus 0.75 is 1.25. You'd think I would have that memorized by now, but I don't. Plus 3.2 is 4.45. Oh, and this is set to make heaps and heaps. So if we want like 4.5, yeah, this can also be a much lower speed beacon. We can't go this low, no. But I think we can go AM5 FM2. AM5 FM2, AM5 FM2. And then we recalculate this for our actual number of buildings at that number so that I can see my input amounts correctly. I always like this to show what each factory is capable of consuming. Because when I look at this later, I want to be like, okay, I have 2 buildings here. This thing can make so much of this. I'm consuming this much of what it already makes. If I leave it in this state, I don't really have an understanding of what my headroom is. That's why I take the time to recompute the actual numbers. So this is an AM5 FM2 again, which makes the math really easy. So this is, once again, 0.8 times 4 times 1.2 times 1.4. 5.376. Yeah. And I'm going to make that 5.375, just because sometimes when you hit the exact number, if you look at the shopping list, YAFC will round a little bit weird and you'll end up with an extra building. So I like to round down a little bit. Cool. And that tells us that we're using an AM5 FM2 beacon in this build in between 2 nanomaterial factories, which is exactly what we want. N-bit matrix build is good. Nanocrystal and cellulose build, I do have scaled to exactly 4 machines at this size, although how much do we actually need? And for which stage? Here we go. 0.09 for this. This doesn't use it. Okay, it does get used in the n-bit matrices. I'm just gonna... Oh, yeah, there we go. 0.96. Quite a bit here. And then another 0.09, so that's like 1.05. And then also in the neuromorphic chips. Sure, 2.3. Plus pi psi 3. 0.023. Still 2.3. Uh-oh. Ulrichs are broke. Where's this actual alarm? I can't find the speaker. Ah! Seriously, where's the speaker? I'm sorry, I really can't find the speaker building. I'm losing my mind. It is in this region. Oh. Somewhere, there it is. Okay. So what is this complaining about? Oh, this is all biomass. Which... Is this the issue? This filter was set wrong. No. Well, yes. Okay, I'm gonna have to come over here and fix this. Because now we can start turning biomass back into ash again. Which was the problem. But... yeah, somehow this got blocked up with spoiled all the way through. I never accounted for if this spoiled past fluorospalanin, which is interesting. I'm not sure why it did. This will work for a little while. I am going to have to come here, though, and you know what? Let's just do it now while I'm thinking about it. Gonna have to go down there. Also, I don't have any science running. Whoops. Let's fix that. Slaughterhouse upgrade, why not? Gadolinium. I mean, we just go through the list, right? That's what I've been doing. There must have been enough fluorospalanin backed up or something else backed up with the output of the flora reprocessing that system couldn't output it from... But if that's the case, then why isn't there spoiled biomass on the... Where is Ulrich food? It's around here somewhere. There's Vrock food. There's Ulrichs themselves. Oh, the food is on site, isn't it? Yeah. Okay, so it is just there. I'm not really sure what the failure case was that led to it double decaying inside that building in a way where we don't have any excess immediately visible. Right here. Because, yeah, if this had been backed up, then why isn't there biomass on here from what was on this belt decaying? That's super funky. I mean, the thing I need to just do is this. But I'm not sure what the situation we were in that led to this even having biomass in the first place. Because it should always be able to push out the fluorospalanin. Can things decay while they're in an inserter's hand? Is that what happened? This inserter was like holding a piece of native flora for so long that it decayed all the way, and then it put it in here because that's the only place it could put it? That seems unusual. I think I have to let this burn through a little bit more of the biomass that's in this before I turn on the thing again. Or else it'll start making noise. Yeah. Greater than or equal to 7.9K. I don't know why that's the threshold number I chose, but... Okay, this should be working now. I'm glad the alert worked, although how badly broken are Ulrichs? Not too badly. Yeah, I just don't understand how I ended up with a bunch of biomass in here, if this belt wasn't somewhat backed up in some other way. Hey, J-Man. Because, like, for this to end up with biomass in it, it has to be unable to output the flora first. I don't know. And actually, what I should probably do, because it is possible for things to decay on this belt, is this. And that way, anything that makes its way all the way down will get pulled out. What did I break this time? Ulrichs! The crazy Ulrich food setup that, like, makes ash from the biomass from all the decayed stuff. Hundreds of hours later, it finally broke, and I don't understand why. I thought that this was magically reliable. Right? It is indeed a blast from the past. But yeah, I don't understand how it... I don't think it can be the train issue. This is pretty... I mean, it could have been. But the thing that was happening, I don't know if you heard me talking about this. I might have been saying it right before you came in. This had biomass in its trash slot. Not fluorospalanin, biomass. So it double decayed. And I changed this filter to allow outputting biomass, which, like, when that happens, this will work now. The biomass will come out. It'll get filtered through the loop. That's fine. But how the heck did that happen in the first place? Like, it should have been removed when it was fluorospalanin. Like, could this belt have been somehow full of fluorospalanin? Like, was the reprocessing backed up? But then somehow it spoiled in here, but not on this belt? Because this belt was able to clear itself, which means that there was never any biomass in it. I just don't get it. I mean, I could have gotten unlucky, right? That, like, because this is a sushi belt, the decay order is not always consistent with what goes into this belt or into this machine. So, like, maybe this did fill up, and then we picked, like, the oldest native flora to go in here, and it decayed. And it jammed up the system. That's possible? It seems unlikely. No, that still wouldn't make sense. That still wouldn't do what it did. Yeah, I don't get it. I have no idea what the sequence of operations was that actually broke it, unfortunately. But we should be able to turn the alarm back on now. And it's running fine, and it'll keep running fine. Yeah, anything that decays, it'll throw in here. And then... these are not going to output... How does this work? I don't remember. If it's once in 500 hour, yeah. I think the change that I made here will fix it. So it'll fix itself in that situation now. I just wish I understood what went wrong with it. But, like, in all of my newer builds, this is a thing that I do by default anyway. I always make sure that I handle the full decay chain at filter inserters, just in case something goes weird. So, like, this is the right way to build this anyway, so that it's robust against failures. Cool. Well, that was exciting. Where was I? Oh, I was trying to figure out how much nanocrystalline cellulose I need, and now I've totally lost track of my addition because 0.09, 1.15, 2.4, yeah, call it 2.5. Okay. So yeah, again, I think we can probably get away with using slightly less powerful beacons. This is what I've been doing, J-Man, before you got here, was tweaking my beacon settings. Yeah, 3.72. Can we get away with a 3? I could do the math. The math isn't hard. No, that gets us up to 5. Okay. So that's fine. We'll do a AM5, FM4. And then adjust this for... So that's 240... Yeah, times 2.4 times 1.4. Okay. So 0.1 a second, 4 machines, double speed, 2.4, 1.4, 2.688. Minus an epsilon. There we go. And then I guess these are also going to be technically the same beacons, so they're also FM4s, although it doesn't really matter. Set them down lower, just so that I want this to show that I have 4 of these pulp mills. I'm going to do direct insertion. And then for the wood processing units, it doesn't really matter as long as it's an even number, and we're really close to 6 here, so I think if I go down to AM5, FM4... we're going to be looking at pulling in more machines to make up for the smaller beacons. Yeah, that's fine. We'll leave this one a 5.5. Aerogel. I mean, this is pretty close to what it needs to be right now at a 5.5, 1.9, so we'll leave that. And then ammonium oxalate, this is set to 0.84. We need like 0.6, although we're going to need it for more things later on. So I think we build this around AM5, FM5. Honestly, maybe I should make this even twice this big. So that's what? 0.1 times 3 times 1.4 times 2 times 2. Oh, so this is exactly 0.84. Okay. So yeah, 1.68 if I want to double this. Again, give it an epsilon. Okay. And then like 6 evaporators. That's still a reasonable number of evaporators. That does need a lot more honey, which just means that I think I need to add one more honeycomb machine. Yeah, I was only going to add 1. Now I need to add 2. That's fine. None of the inputs to this are crazy. I guess I could double check Ulrichs and Navens, but I mean, we're talking very small quantities here. And I think Ulrichs, at least, I like super scaled up. Oh no, we're only making 0.2 a second. Really? Are we still using Ulrich 1? Is this true? Wow. Okay. We might it might be time to rebuild Ulrichs, but we'll do that as a separate project. All right, next up, matrices. Just need 1 beacon still. Nanocrystal and cellulose. 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 5 beacons. Aerogel needs 1 more. That's 6 beacons. And I think I said 8 of them. So I don't think any of this actually changes any of the buildings that I requested. I just have it all now actually balanced in YAFC for how much I think each build is going to really be producing. So I think we can just run around. Oh, no, that's not true. There's 1 new building. I need 1 more Arcod thing. All right, let's head to the mall. Let's grab all of the buildings for the upgrades. We'll do all the upgrades first, and then we'll do the new stuff. And it looks like we do need to do an Ulrich rebuild, which is fine. I mean, honestly, just upgrading it all to tier 2 buildings, even with only Mark 1 modules, would probably be plenty, but we'll see if we have better recipes that we can use. We'll get the whole thing up to where we want it to be. Because I see no reason that we can't just make piles of those guys. Depends how bad that breeding program is, yeah. Again, even if we're using Mark 1 modules, we can still use better recipes and tier 2 buildings and have some improvements. We're still waiting for 1 apiary hydrocarbon plant. Anything blocking it? Nah, just slow bots. Ugh, when things get assigned to these machines. You know what I could do? Ooh, this would be an interesting... Is it... Sorry, there's some flashing here because of the way these work. I could make this... Here's a question. Can I take... I don't know if there's an easy way to do this. I imagine there is, though. If I take this here, and I don't care about the condition, we want to output anything is greater than 0, sure. Output everything at number 1. Except we don't want green. What is on the green signal here? Sorry, I'm not sure what I'm looking at on each of my signals anymore. I thought green was what we are crafting, and red is... This outputs to this outputs on red. Okay, never mind. It is on red. All right. So it's red to here. Yeah. Output 1. And then that gives us a number. And that number is... Well, I should filter out A from this. If there's an easy way to do that. Because otherwise this is flashing. But, like... That's not what I want to do. I want to convert every signal... There's a way to do this, and I just don't remember how to do it. Each signal times 1 output. I don't really care. Do I have a sigma? Yeah, except this needs to be after the decider that converts them all down to actually just 1. Yeah, the problem is that this is flickering between 2 and 3. Because I need to filter out alpha from this. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to set, and this might not be worth it, but this one here that clamps alpha to 40, what I want to do is I want to clamp this to the number of requested recipes so that when we have fewer things in the mall, it'll cycle more quickly through it, just assigning them to a small number of machines. And as we get more things, it'll expand to more and more machines. And that way the bots will stay closer. Because what happens is, like, when a job comes in, if it's trying to assign to number 39 over here, it'll assign to number 39, and then the bots have to fly all the way over there. I'd much rather it be assigning to, like, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 down here before going all the way over here. I don't know if this is actually worth it. This is probably more effort than it's worth to build out those circuit pieces. All right, let's start with, what are we doing first? I guess we've got aerogel and nanocrystalline cellulose that are towards the east side of the map. And then yeah, what's the easiest way to actually get the bots to cycle, though, is the question, J-Man. I don't really know. Because unfortunately, you can't set a max for robot requests. I could set up a few roboports paving. That would keep, well, that'll keep the construction bots busy. It won't necessarily keep the Logibots busy. I don't really care about getting the construction bots to cycle. Those are like halfway done already anyway. And then having them refill my inventory. Yeah, that would work. If I just stand around and do it myself, that'll pull a bunch of bots through. That'll happen on its own anyway as we do projects, right? My inventory will get pulled from. Not as aggressively as if I just ran around paving, but... How are we doing here? This is almost running. Cool. We still don't have the mutant enzymes, though, so we're still not going to get the Mark IIs. Take a lap and pave the old... I could do that. A lot of the main lines I did pave. It's just the sort of individual side builds that aren't paved. All right, Twitch is telling me that it is at break o'clock. I'm going to step away and get some water during the break. I recommend everyone else take the chance to hydrate, and I'll see y'all in just a few minutes. Welcome back. Thanks for hanging out through the break, everybody. All right. Let's find... What do we want to do first? My concern is that if I do the nanocrystalline cellulose rebuild before we have our tier 2 kick-alks running, that, like, we're not going to have enough kick-alks. But, well, how much can the current build actually support? Let's start with that. This will produce, 5.4. And then to make the seeds, we consume like half of that. So it makes like 3 in total. And we're probably consuming a big chunk of that already. Kick-alk as an ingredient. A lot of these are just seeds, though. 0.083. Yeah, 7.2 for all. How has this ever worked? Have Augs just never really truly run full speed? Betting's another 1. Right, really? 7.2? Really? Are Augs just broken right now and I don't even realize it? Is that why I'm always out of brains? I mean, this looks like it's keeping up fine with fiber production. Huh. Yeah, I mean, these aren't outputting... Yeah, there's plenty of augs. Okay. Interesting. Is it that aug processing is too slow? Now I'm curious. Oh yeah, we only render 4 a second, and we make like 10. Okay. So yeah, augs are just way too big. We're not actually pulling anywhere near that many kickouts. Alright. Corlex food is seeds, yes. I think everything else is the seeds. Oh no. 0.01. 1.01. I don't know, say half of this. So like 4.6. 4.7. Okay. So like 4.7 is our current demand. And what did I say we can make? Like 3? So switching nanocrystalline cellulose over to it is definitely going to be like pushing the limits of what Kickalx can handle. I'm going to do it anyway because I'm here and I want to get the build done. But we really do need to be keeping an eye on this turning on. Okay, and this has enough seeds, so it is officially broken on mutant enzymes now. So the sooner we can get mutant enzymes, the better. And those are running. Maybe I should make another machine doing these. Oh, that's a Mark 1 even. Yeah. But okay, this is almost up to 25,000, so it'll do its delivery shortly. Yeah, and it looks like Kaita-san has gotten a delivery relatively recently, so it'll hopefully it'll go up to here. And this will be able to start running, growing the Gen 3s. Because once this kicks off, it'll go a lot faster, right? It's the bootstrap that's the slow part. All right, nanocrystalline cellulose. First things first, we no longer request logs. I probably just need to drop like a warehouse here for logs, unfortunately. Well, they'll just end up in my trash slots. That's fine. My trash slots are going to fill up quickly, but so be it. More stuff for the bots to pull. There we go. That's a good way to think about it. Alright, the problem is I basically have to take this whole build apart and start over. So, let me... I am going to put down a warehouse after all. Because we're going to have a bunch of stuff in our inventory. And I can take this opportunity to redo a bunch of this spaghetti too and make it slightly less awful. Which is always nice. But yeah, all this wood, we're just going to have to find a use for. All right. These are fine as they are. I decided I wanted to put one more in, so there should be one more heat exchanger here. Yes. That'll go like there. Bop. Bop. That, of course, is already at its limit, because why wouldn't it be? That's all fine-ish. Yeah, other than we don't necessarily need these pipes where they are. Okay. So this is going to be 4 nanomaterial factories and 4 pulp mills. Pulp mill into nanomaterial factory. And then the same thing flipped. How wide is a beacon? That's the thing that I always forget. Okay, yeah, they're 3x3. So the beacon goes here. And what did we decide these ones need to be? AM5 FM4s? AM5 FM4s. With speed. And we're going to have another one of those right next door. All right. So these make cellulose. And these make the nanocrystalline cellulose. A single 4-5 beacon uses less power than 2-5-4. Oh, it would, wouldn't it? Because that would be... What? 5 cubed is 75 times 4 is... A single 4-5. So yeah, that's 4 times 75. So that's 300. Whereas a 5-4 is 5 times 64. No. Yes. 5 times 64 is... Uses 25/16 the power of a single 5-4. There you go. That makes sense. Which is very close to twice the power. But in this case, can I get them... I need to beacon both stages. So, like, I think I have to use 2 beacons either way. And if I have to use 2 beacons either way, then the 4-5... Or, sorry, the 5-4 is the better choice, right? Because this is effectively a 1 beacon module that I'm using twice. Like, if I was beaconing each stage separately, then moving to one... Oh, you're saying this would work. I could do this. A single using 2 4-5s in this configuration would use less power. No. A single 4... Sorry. My brain is not cooperating today. Look at the radius on a 4-5. Right. Versus... Oh, whoops. I didn't confirm it. The only thing in this game with a confirm button. Ah, okay. That is a huge radius. I didn't realize the radius fell off that quickly. Okay. I would have thought that was the radius for like a 1. What is the radius for a 1? Cheese pie. Okay. Got it. Got it. So could I get these all close enough? And the answer is yes. Okay. They'd have to be, like, really touching. But they would just squeeze in. Now the question is, can I get, like... Yeah, it does just barely squeeze in. Just barely. Okay. Yeah, and that uses less power than 2 of the 5-4s. I had been just reducing the FM because I figured they didn't have to be wide area anyway, and that's the faster way to reduce power. I did not fully appreciate the area on a low AM beacon. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, and I'm going to update that in YAFC, just so we can see it. Not that it matters, because it's the same effectiveness, but whatever. AM4, FM5. Done. And this one is the same. Well, AM3, FM5, I guess. Cool. Cool. Okay. So, this is going to have... Do these have... These are all prod moduled. Okay. Yeah. I imagine a 2 is rather... I know I just looked at the 1, but I didn't look at 2. Yeah. Yeah, you can just throw those anywhere you want. Okay. So this will work fine. The only problem is I don't actually know my input amounts. So we have like 22 raw fiber into 4 machines. So that's like 8 fiber per machine. So that's like 2 inserters. Okay. And then 22 fiber, and then like 2 sodium hydroxide as well. What's my current stack size on a belt? It's 5. Yeah. Okay. So I think I'm going to end up with... I'm just going to do this. We're just going to do 3, 3, 3, 3. How do I want to lay this out? I think I will actually go from the outside in like that, and we're going to do there and there. And then mirror that. So I'll do half a belt of the fiber, even though it's a lot of fiber. Because it'll be stacked, so it'll all fit. And then The other half will be sodium hydroxide. That's fine. And then we need to have an outserter on each of these for biocrud. And then these also need some kind of circuit condition, so they're not trying to run all the time. Deal with that in a minute. The input belt, I either need to stack the sodium hydroxide or I just need to make it a red belt. I'm just going to make it a red belt. All right, that's fine so far as it goes, I think. How much power am I spending on stack inserters? We don't worry about that. 4 gigawatts? But our centrifuges and our particle accelerators are not really ramped up right now, which makes the stacks look worse. When the centrifuges and the particle accelerators are all running, they're significantly more than that. Ooh, uh-oh. Nuclear's backed up. Also, how did that happen? How did that happen? Aren't all of these set to decay priority? Huh. More than double what your pi block base is making so far. Yeah, but that's pi block. Yeah, how did we get uranium oxide in? If it's all set to decay priority, I'm kind of surprised that, well, carefully, yeah. I mean, I could pull it out, and it'll at least fix some of the things. I need to go over there and do that anyway, because that system is backed up. I need to add more storage for that isotope, I think, unfortunately. I was hoping I could get away without it, because, like, the numbers were based on our absolute worst case consumption. But unfortunately, it does still seem like we're making a lot more of that than we really want. Yeah, I mean, that at least unblocks all the other... Looks like we're out of only one isotope. No, we're not out of any. Well, yes, we are. Yeah, it's the one... Wait, where are we going? Here. For nuclear samples? For nuclear samples, which, okay. I think we caught it on time. But yeah, somehow, even with decay priority, some stacks got mixed up. Would it be worth paving a strip on either side of the tracks as a walkway? Possibly. Unfortunately, you run right into the supports for the overhead rails. So, like, it's generally faster if you can get away with finding this little... There's a little strip in here, you know, 1 tile wide, where if you're moving through here, you're fine. You're out of the way of the trains, you're out of the way of everything. But yeah, I could pave wider. But it's... Without turning off your legs, it's hard to end up on exactly the 1 tile spot that you want to end up on, and then turn them back on. And zoom. Could be worth it, though. Really, I could just start paving the whole base, and then, then I don't have to stick to the train paths at all. Yeah, I'd have to pave all the way past the supports to really make it worth. And then you're getting into base-wide construction network for paving, see if it finishes before PV. Oh. Whoops, too far. The other thing that I have noticed is that now that we have lights, I need to change, well, it's this. These are what I keep running over that, like, float me in the middle of intersections now. It's the lamps that I put in. I knew lights were a bad idea. But yeah, when you come through here, you hit the light and you float. So that's the thing that I'm hitting that keeps ruining my life. You bet it's PV first before the whole base would pave? Probably. One of the most land expensive bases you've seen at this tech level. That was, I mean, kind of the intent. Right, so this is BioCrud out that we have to sort out and deal with in a second. These guys are going to have their own outputs. How much do we output in total? 2.69 plus potentially a lot of cellulose. We're just going to do this. I mean, as long as I don't pave the lakes. We can certainly pave more of the areas around the... Besides, the code is more what you'd call guidelines. Okay. Nope. Don't care about input priority. This is all way overkill. I'm just trying to make sure that, like, if something goes wrong and we dump a ton of biocrud, this belt flushes it through as quickly as possible. Because this does have the potential to drop, like, a whole belt of biocrud if I'm not careful. And then in between each of these, we make a total of 19.2 cellulose, so effectively 5 cellulose. I think one of these is not quite enough. Yeah, 4.8 per second, and these are 4.62. Oh, come on. 2.4. All right, well, theoretically. Here, I'll just do 3 yellows and call it a day. It is nice. I do appreciate having actual information available. This looks fine. I've made worse builds in my life. Everything hits the beacon. That's what matters. Now, the other thing we need is we've got 6 wood processing units to make fiber, and I put this, like, right where... I had the wood like tucked up here before, and I'm going to do the same thing. Yeah, 6 wood processing units. Those are also going to need to be around a beacon, though, so we're going to have to figure out what that looks like. This can actually, I believe, be an AM3 FM. What did I say this needed to be? For 6 machines, it's a 5.5. If I'm willing to go up to, like, 8 machines, can we make it a... Because how many do I have in my inventory right now? That's the real question. We have 8. Okay. So, yeah, if we go down to, like, a 4 or 5... 6.45. What about a 3.5? $7.8. There we go. All right, we'll do a 3.5. And that'll have plenty of area. Yeah, 3.5. Perfect. Yeah, that's plenty of area for us to lay out the thingy things. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? We're going to do... Well, I didn't have to tear it quite that far apart. So we have so much space. We can do them like this. On either side. And then we will have an input belt. That just does this. I mean, I've already cut the number of beacons I was expecting to put in half by, like, understanding how big the beacon area gets. So I'm happy as a pig in mud right now about these, about my beacon usage. I don't know when I decided that that idiom needed to be, like, in my vocabulary. This is at least the 3rd time I've said it in the past week, and I don't remember the last time I've said it in my life, like, before that. Fiber from Kickalks. Did I decide these are all running efficiency modules? Oh, it says efficiency modules in YAFC, but I decided not to bother because, like, it saves 10 megawatts or something. Literally not worth the raw materials. Yeah, a total of like 4.4 Kickalks across 8 of these, so... Yeah! I'm okay with that. That's pretty clean. And again, like 4.4 Kickalks, which is literally just one out these, but we're going to run 2 of them just for symmetry's sake. That should be fine. Now it's a matter of getting everything kind of plumbed together. We got boric acid here. That needs to come over to here. Perfect. That was easy. And then high pressure steam. We will bring down here. Boom. Oh, it's really tempting to move these over. Just to, like, get everything lined up. There we go. There we go. The important things in life, right? Making sure that my spaghetti builds have nice clean wires. Couple of lamps, couple more lamps. Can I squeeze a couple of lamps in here? Not easily. Because like the top here is totally saturated, but we can do one in the middle and do one like here and here, and that's probably as good as it's going to get. Maybe one up top, maybe not. All right. Oh, once again, symmetry, please. And this will just come right over here. This won't run until it gets its kick-outs. Oh, I forgot about filtration media as an input to this. Okay, we'll fix that in a second. That just means doing a little, well, that's not right. That's not how that works. There we go. We just got to bring in another belt through here. Unfortunately, we do still have the space. Bop, 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 and bop. Yeah, they're even going in the same places in each one. Fantastic. How much filtration media does this consume? 2 a second. All right, not a problem at all. Done. I think this is delightful. I won't know for sure until we get our kick-out delivery, which is en route already. Okay, that won't take too much longer. These are all good for now. We will have to hook up one more geothermal. Well, no, actually, we're down to just under 2 with our rescaled sizes, adjusting for scaling down of the previous steps. We're just under 2 geothermal fissures, so we don't actually have to set up the third one right now. Excellent. That's future Brandon's problem. Love it. All right, kickouts. Okay, so the thing that I need to hook up over here is some logic for these so that they don't turn on when we're missing whatever. So we'll put a decider here. We will bring in, yeah, we've already got a red signal coming up, so I just have to reroute the red signal. I probably had this done already, and of course it got erased. So we want to have stock of the things that are inputs. And actually, I think that's it, right? We just want to have filters and boric acid. Oh, and nanocrystalline cellulose is less than some threshold number, which I usually set to like 10K. 8K is also fine, but 10K will do. And then we output our check mark. And then that goes back on. I could make each of these try to be smarter so they turn off, like, if we're overfilling on cellulose, but they do that automatically, right? The back pressure is automatic, so you don't have pressurized steam. Why not? Oh, because I moved this. I forgot I moved this. Yeah, I moved these so they would be centered with this. And that screwed up the pipes. Unfortunately, the builds are kind of different widths. So if I change this to no longer be centered, like if I want this to line up, then this won't be centered on this machine anymore, and no good option there. But that looks like it's running fine. Cool. All right, next build. I guess I should take as much wood with me as I can. And we'll swing back by the mall and drop it off. Is there anything else that can go in my... Well, I'm out of trash slots. So no, I don't think there is anything else. I think we just got to go up to the mall. Do I want to do that now, or do I want to do aerogel first? Maybe we do aerogel first, and then I come back here and grab a bunch of wood, because aerogel will clean some crap out of my inventory. And that'll give us a little more room to, work. A few more slots to bring home piles of wood. Plus aerogel is right here, so doing a trip all the way up to the mall is just a lot. Seems unnecessary. Okay. How do I want to turn this off? Let's turn these off first. Let this finish. Mostly, I'm worried about the fluid intermediates and making sure that those are properly handled. Oh, did I get the... Ooh, I didn't get the soil extractors I need. Did I? I do not see 8 soil extractors. No. Alright, well, we gotta go back to the mall anyway. Because I forgot something when I was setting up the requests. Cool. Yeah, the big thing is the soaked gel. Can we get one more craft of soaked gel? Yes, actually. I just have to give that machine power, I think, and it should do the right thing. Okay. Those are pulled all the way back. We'll figure them out. This is now empty. Now empty. That is as far as I can pull that build apart right now. I am going to leave a chest with the stuff that, like, we actually need, which includes the limestone and the RF gel. Oh, these were centrifuge Mark 1s. Oops. Okay, so I also need 2 more centrifuges. Because we need Mark 2s. Alright, that should do it. What's this pipe hooked up to? Oh, it's just a tailings output? Tailings output. Okay. Alright, let's grab as much wood as we can, which is unfortunately not a ton, but we'll grab what we can from here. And we will head back up to the mall, we'll grab all the stuff that I forgot. Yeah, not very much of the wood, unfortunately. We can also do a little bit of inventory cleanup, because I think I've got, like, some extra low-tier buildings, extra mechanical inserters, extra Mark 1 belts. Yeah. Stuff that I don't necessarily always keep quite this much of in my inventory. But because the build ended up smaller, the previous build ended up smaller, we're using a bunch of inventory slots on stuff that we tore down. Alright, bots, go wild, have fun. That should have a lot more cleaned up out of the way for this to run now. Yeah, look at that. Perfect. That's what we want to see. What do I request for red belts? Normally exactly 1,000. Okay, so those are all extras. That's extra. Those are extras taking up slots. Those are extras. Those are extras. Those are extras. Those are extras. Even some extra... yeah. There we go. That's better. That's quite a few slots open again, which is nice. Should be enough that we can work at least. which is really what I care about. How are we doing here? 8 soil extractors done. Centrifuges are apparently on the way. Yeah, all right. I guess they both got finished, so they are on the way. Where on the way? Nobody knows. Probably here. Oh, there's one of them. I guessed that this spot where all the bots were stopping to charge was the place that we cared about, but here they are. Unfortunately, coming along on Mark 1 belts. Yeah, that's pretty well cleared out. That's fine. It's... just trying to stay on top of techs. We are probably well ahead of... well, I know we're well ahead of our build. I suspect we're going to stay ahead of our build on techs all the way to Purple Science. It seems, I mean, there's a lot left to do for Purple Science, but, like, there's a lot that's not left to do. I mean, okay, there's a lot of techs here, but, like, not that many in the grand scheme of things. And a lot of these are, like, skippable right now. We don't really need them. I just don't have anything that's, like, an immediate goal, because we already have all the techs for Electronics 3. Oh, I guess small parts stage 3, because we've been looking at special small parts. Carbon fiber. Okay, carbon fiber's coming right up. And that was one of the things we were looking at. But that was me getting distracted. Like, I had wanted to prioritize Electronics 3, and then sort of got myself distracted by other things, and did all the special small parts bits instead. Special small parts is easier. Is certainly part of why. Alright, let's figure out what we're looking at here. For the first part, we've got 2 high-pressure furnaces into 2 mixers. And this says that they're on a 5-5, so I don't think there's much I can do about that. I mean, I guess I could double the number of buildings. And so I'm going to say we're going to have a belt of ingredients coming over here for whatever feeds the mixers. Pull this way over. Mixer. High pressure. Oh, the high pressure furnace is the same width. Okay. Is it the same width? Yes. So that means the beacon needs to go like here. So that's the build. These make the RF gel. And this makes resource and all. Oh, interesting. We don't actually have anything from here that feeds into this step. So we're going to change what we're doing. We're going to do this instead. And then these will come here. So each of these has a total of like 10 items a second coming in. Again, we can't trust these numbers because we're going to switch this all over to Mark II modules. So it's, I mean, it's basically just this, though. That's fine. And then here, we're going to have our fluid in. That's fine, I think, just here. We have to send across the resourcinol, which is like 2.5 a second. And if we're using the outer ones for that, maybe we don't use the outer ones for that then. Maybe we use the inner ones. Because then the outer ones can be here for our inserters. Doesn't really matter where exactly this goes. That'll work. And then we're going to have a limestone belt. That'll come in the front here. How much limestone do we have in total? 5.71 coming from 8 soil extractors, though. So, like... I could put speed modules in these, but whatever. They're cheap enough. I don't care. Water. Oh, we've got 17 sodium hydroxide a second and 3.3 melamine resin a second. Do I want to stack this on a belt, or do I just want to put, like, a whole red belt of sodium hydroxide and then a little melamine on the side? I think that's what we do. So I think that changes us to this. This has to be a red belt, and Twitch is telling me that it has been another hour, and it is ad break o'clock. As always, I do just one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off, so I appreciate folks sticking around, and we will return shortly, and we'll finish this build-up. I'll see everybody soon. All right, welcome back, everyone. Oh, I did this wrong. This needs to be the hydroxide on this belt, not the... And then, how much melamine resin? 3.2? That's like 1 inserter's worth. Okay. Here we go. And then each of these pulls in... I mean, we have a total of 5.7 limestone, so it's going to be... Yeah, I mean, like, a little more than 2. And then our outputs... right through here. Up to the next stage... which is 16 centrifuges. Okay. I'm going to do that in 2 rows. So... our input's going to come down the middle. And this makes the clear RF gel. And outputs a bunch of tailings, because of course it does. Yeah, very small input and output amounts, though. Four, 6, 8. $16. And how do we best want to... we pull these up a couple? Yeah, that works. Those are connected at this end. And water. I mean, we've got easy access to water right here. So, no problem. And then, once again... oh no, the next steps don't get beaconed or anything. They're just running. We need 3.2 washers. I have... oh, I only have 2, because the previous ones were Mark 1s. Ugh, okay. I realized that I needed Mark 2s of one of the buildings and not the other one, and did not get them made. It's fine. Whoops. These are doing some kind of gel, soaked gel. No modules, no nothing in this? Indeed. 1.6 items a second, 1.52. pull this just a little bit further over. I don't see why not. Somewhere around here. Pushing in the acetone. Soaked gel is a fluid, so that will come out this way. And then that feeds 2 evaporators, which I only have... Oh, again, same thing. The old ones were Mark 1s, not Mark 2s, so I don't have... And each of these outputs 1.6 a second, so that's a yellow. All right, other than a few missing buildings, I think this is fine. Oh, no. We still gotta do the tailings out. Yes. Okay. Where does that feed into? That feeds here. I think that's fine. And then I don't need this bridge on the back end. We just bridge them both here. Right into the tailings out. Beautiful. All right, I think, yeah, other than needing to grab the buildings, we're fine. The only stage that's beaconed is here. Oh, we do want the efficiency modules in all of these, though. That's important, and I didn't get those built, so I need 32 efficiency modules. Because those centrifuges are power hungry. Otherwise, I think we're done. So I'm gonna swing back by what I was working on earlier. We're gonna grab the remaining wood that needs to make its way up to the mall. Because I'm hoping it'll all fit in my inventory now, and it does. So that's aerogel done. Arcods and Nexalite Matrix are all that's left on the things that we were already planning to upgrade list. And we should look into Ulrichs and decide if we want to try to bootstrap better Ulrich modules and what we need to do as far as the, like, current Ulrich build. Because that's a weird build right now. I think all of those biofactories are also extraneous. Because those were from the old version of the nanocrystalline cellulose build when we were using the wood-based. Oop, And we're stopped. We're stopped because we don't have kickouts. Yes, and I think we kind of expected that to happen, didn't we? As long as these are running. Yeah. Yep. We expect that to be the case until we can do the kickout upgrade. Oh, but hey, look at that. Okay, never mind. We can do the kickout upgrade. Well, I don't know if that's true. Let me get back over there. Let me see how many modules each of these buildings has. That's a lot of modules. 40 each across 24. So we need like 1,000 modules. Is that right? Yep, 960. Okay. So we need a few more before we're ready to go. But yeah, look at that. We got now that this is running, we're getting them quite quickly. And this will occasionally supplement is really all that it's doing at this point. But we will have to check on this in how long? Oh, these ones are not. I should start upgrading these ones to the Mark III. Now that I have enough Mark III modules to upgrade them in place, I need to upgrade them. Good call. Because they will run significantly more quickly. More faster equals, yeah. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, for the module breeders, it's really about how long do we want to wait for it to finish bootstrapping more than anything else. Because, like, once we do our first upgrade of kickouts, how long is it going to be before I need more kickout modules? Hundreds more hours. It has time to make more. But since we're currently needing more, we should and then we can work our way backwards, but this is doing most of the work for this process, right? Is this machine. So getting this one up to the Mark III modules is the most important step. These ones make a fraction of a kickout 3 per second. This one or the next one? The next one. Yeah, here's aerogel. And this just needs efficiency modules. There we go. That should make our, I mean, Mark II centrifuges, still one of my top. When you combine both types of centrifuge, they are second only to beacons. Excuse me. But that should be good. Oh, you could see in the chart, on the 1 minute chart, when I dropped all those modules in. Bonk. And then this whole thing is scaled, I think, to these 2 evaporators, and then like 3.2 of these, and then some number of these and some number of these. So I don't know that the ratios are perfect. I'm not sure which places we're expecting to have a little bit of a belt buffer, etc. But we should be good. And this will make plenty of aerogel now. Yay! All right, on to the next one. We've got to either do the Nexlet. Let's do the Nexlet Matrix, and then we'll swing around from there to Arcods. And what's going on with this train? It's just a fuel train. I don't care. Somewhere around here. There it is. Nexlet Matrix. Yeah, no, that's not how we're doing this. Actually, all of this needs to go away. Okay. So, 3.84 Nexlet plate and 2.88 epoxy. That is just one of each of these inserters, for one thing. And then that feeds, 2 nanomaterial factories on an AM5 FM2. So, factory, beacon, factory, and these can actually be right next to each other. That's fine. And this is making the Nexlet Matrix. And what's our input on each of these? $2.35. Is that enough? 1.9 plus 1 point. No, it's not. My gut instincts were correct. Same with the output. Unfortunately, we are going to need the Mark IIs. There. Now, the boric acid will pull... here. And the vacuum we can send right up here to our pressure pump. Which we are using at 0.96, so that should be perfect. Other than not having any epoxy. Epoxy is missing what? Acetone. Ruh-roh. Oh. Wait, really? Has this been broken, like, since I built it? I'm glad it's right here. But I suspect that epoxy has been broken since I did its upgrade, however many weeks ago. Cool. I must have, because I know I was playing with this pipe, like, at the very end of the build. And either it must have been backed up, so I didn't realize that these weren't running right, or there was enough acetone in the pipes, depending on how much it uses. Yeah, 20 in 10 seconds. So that's fine. So these have to get epoxy again. But other than that, next light matrix upgrade is done. Where are our cods? There. Yeah, we can just cut through here. Angle left. Got two of them. I've got two of them. So right around here somewhere, we're doing honey. Yeah. And I need some bees to be modules. We should have some bees somewhere. Where's our bee output? There's our bee output. All right. And I don't think I need another centrifuge or anything. No, we're still only using 0.3 of our centrifuge for the honey. So that is that one. And then everything else here is extra, I guess. Why did I end up with 2 extra efficiency modules? Did I not install them all correctly at Aerogel? Oh, I missed... How? Okay. That's fine. It's easy enough to go back by there on the way back to the mall. I just am not totally sure how I achieved that. I must have just been just missed the edge of it when I was dragging and dropping, I guess. But the remaining prod modules and the extra nanomaterial factories, I believe, are all... Ooh, wait, did I prod... Did I do any of this right over here? No, these aren't prodded, and that doesn't have speed module. Jeez, Brennan. All right. We'll have to go back over there. It's fine. It's fine. Double check Aerogel and make sure I don't need prod modules in any of the other steps too. No, it's just the RF gel and the resource and all that need the prod modules, so that is correct. This gets those. I have a bunch of extra productivity modules because... at nanocrystalline cellulose, these were prodded when they were from wood. And now they can't be. So that's an extra like 16 of them. And then I think some of these are also from the biofactories that I already dumped. I knew I would have a bunch of extra prod modules, so I think that's fine. But I do have to go back. What type of torture am I doing today? I am still trying to get to blue chips. Blue chips has been my whole life for a few hundred hours now. We're dangerously close. But a bunch of our builds need to be upgraded for it, so it's just been a lot of retrofitting things to work at higher quantities and adding productivity modules and speed beacons, and at least the last month, yeah. Basically just fix. I mean, that's the eternal struggle, but all right, that should be fine there. Science has been running pretty consistently for the past couple of weeks. Yeah, we did have the train system shut down last week. But even through that, science kept running because we had enough, like, of everything in the buffers, which was impressive for this base. Yeah, I still don't know what went wrong with that one. Whatever. I guess I could start loading up, like, saves from the past couple of streams and see if I can find where it broke and what was going wrong with it, but what's left for the chips? That's a good question. Let's pop into YAFC, because I think that does sound like a lot of extra effort. I agree. Go ahead and queue small parts stage 3, just because I know we've been pushing towards being ready to do this one as well. Otherwise, I'm going to forget, and I'm going to be like, why can't I make advanced small parts? I thought I was ready. Aerogel is upgraded. Nexalite Matrix is upgraded. Our CODs are upgraded. Ulrichs, we need to look into upgrading, but that's a project for another day. So for high-tech circuit boards, what's left? I did not do the wagon upgrade thing. The trains broke because... Here, I'll show you what goes on with the trains. All the stations have their fuel canisters delivered by train. And this was not previously on a dedicated CyberSyn network. It was on the same network as everything else. And I had a train shortage, and we ran out of fuel canisters. Yeah, the locomotive upgrade, not the wagon upgrade, though. So I've reconfigured this so that we have a dedicated network for fueling. They have their own depots. So it should be the case that even if we have, like, a fuel shortage, these trains can, like, keep running through that. Even if we have a train shortage, it won't affect keeping fuel for the rest of the locomotives. We should look into upgrading to rocket fuel, because that's a lot denser, and also doesn't have an output. But effectively, it was the locomotive equivalent of your brownout, like, death loop, but with trains instead of electricity, is what I did. And I now have it tiered. I have a separate system, which is the same way that you solve that for power, right? I didn't end up doing the wagon upgrade on those either. I could pull some of the... I could upgrade these at this point. It would help them run more efficiently. So... yes and no. Tier 2 trains only run on either canisters or rocket fuel, I believe. Yeah, or nuclear fuel, which I don't know if I can make. But all of the canister fuels are 10 megajoules, and I only just recently unlocked rocket fuel. Like, I think today the tech popped. So, we could switch over to rocket fuel, which is a lot denser than canisters. But that's a whole new thing that we have to build, and kerosene is not necessarily easy to make. Yeah, we'll have to rebalance oil to make kerosene. So there's a lot that will go into that. And if the current fuel canisters are stable, then it's fine. It's fine. But yes, right here, I have the advanced wagons to do that upgrade for these trains so that we can switch all of our depots to requesting double, because they stack so small. Having more stacks of those will make keeping the depots fuller a lot easier. Probably want to do it. Yes. Well, that's what I did here, right? This is all like dedicated, not quite ZI, but very nearly. Pardon me. Fuel oil. Probably at some point you had a link to something that you wanted to post. Not on-site oxygen, on-site CO2. Or do I have on-site oxygen somewhere? No. It's the on-site CO2 is probably what you saw. I don't think this needs an oxygen input. Anyway, yeah, it's a lot of fuel oil. Welcome to the non-cool kids club. Yeah, so the thing is, you can't do very good fine-grained permissions in Twitch chat. So basically the only options for like links are either everyone can post them, nobody can post them, moderators or VIPs. So I just have it set to VIPs, and then if someone that I've seen in chat often enough that I trust they're not going to spam me wants to post a link, I just VIP them. I wish that I had more control over permissions and stuff, but I don't. There isn't even a setting to allow subscribers to post links. Like, not allowed. Still have to VIP you even if you're a sub. Like, where is my full RBAC permissions matrix? This is what I need in my life. I used to administer a Jenkins system. I can deal with complicated permissions. Yeah. All right. I think. Sorry, I was looking at what's next for high-tech circuit boards, which is actually what I need to be doing because I need to figure out what we're building next. There's like a 5-minute allow you can set, maybe. If there is, it's like buried in one of the moderation menus, and I never really learned how to use those. So what are we still missing for high-tech circuit boards here is the question we have to ask ourselves. I think fiberglass is still an issue. Dimethyl sulfide. Possibly this iron niobium alloy. Should have gone to Streamer University. Bang permit. Interesting. Permit command, template exempts, I think that's oh, maybe. So I think that's if you're using a moderator bot. So I'd have to enable one of the common moderator bots and then allow links in Twitch's settings. And then I can use the bot, which would just, quickly auto-delete any not allowed links, which I guess would be one way to do it. But if you're using Twitch's settings to disable posting, what it detects as links, then Bang Permit doesn't work, unfortunately. Okay. Let's look at... I know I went through this list and we've done a lot of what was necessary. We were down to, like, the last few things. So I think, like, fiberglass, dimethyl sulfide. We need to double-check how much iron niobium alloy we're making, and the neodymium ferroboron. Otherwise, I think we're pretty much ready to start doing these various sub-builds. But yeah, the fiberglass and the dimethyl sulfide are going to be the next ones to do. And let's check neodymium, ferroboron, whatever. We make 0.5 a second. We're using 0.1 for magnets. Okay, so we have plenty of extra. Not worried about that. So yeah, just fiberglass and dimethyl sulfide. Yeah. Fiberglass is new. Fiberglass is probably going to have some kind of fun new... Well, maybe it won't be a fun new resin. Maybe it'll just be even more epoxy. Show me epoxy? Yeah, it's epoxy. All right. But we do need more glass fibers, which we also use for special small parts. But so we might have to... make this a little bit bigger. How much fiberglass do we need feeding into this? 0.03. Okay. We need one machine. And even that is drastic overkill. That's fine. And then that feeds into... We need a little more glass fiber. I mean, I guess we just make this 2 a second, right? Well... Oh, 1.6 is 3 of them. Ew. What? That's an awful number. How did that work out? All right. 2.1... There we go. It's probably actually 2.125. Oh, no, it's actually 2.13. Okay, whatever. Oh, yeah, it's a 15-second craft, so we have this, like, divide by 3 in there. Gross. But that's fine. That'll give us the extras we need. This is way overkill. So, yes, maybe theoretically we want 5 buildings instead of just 4, but whatever. It's fine. I mean, maybe we should... The real question is, like, how much sodium sulfate is that going to need us to get? How much, you know... How many clay pits are we going to need on site to do this? How much boron trioxide is 2 a second? Is that way too much boron trioxide? I don't know. Let's find out. We're only making 3 a second, so yes, that's too much boron trioxide. Apparently we need a little bit somewhere in here. For boron carbide. All right, we're going to split that out into its own build later anyway. Glassware, optical sets, and quartz tubes. 1.67, 2.33, plus 4. Okay, 6.33. Plus 2 is like 8.3. So we need like 3 times as much of this stuff. Oh, and we can prod it. Okay. Nice. This is my life. This is every time. So yeah, we need like 9 a second. So we're going to do tier 2s. We're going to do prod with speed modules. We're going to say like 9 a second. And then we'll efficiency module these and use Mark 2s. Same here, Mark 2s with plenty of efficiency modules on the high power things. Yeah, we'll get this up to 4 furnaces. Can this be a 4? No, that goes over 4. Okay. So unfortunately... So what's our actual output? 1.4 times... Um... 11.2? Exactly 4. Hey, I can math. Okay. So this is the upgrade to boron trioxide. A lot of hydrogen. It's a chunk of coke. That's a lot of borax. What? I mean, we're making a lot of borax now, but still. Okay. And then the build for glass fibers should be whatever. Let's speed module that. Yeah. Doesn't quite get it down to 1, unfortunately. Well, it is close enough, and this is more than we need. So I could do just 1 clay pit with speed modules in it, but whatever. I don't really want to do that. For the things where I'm prodding, like the prod modules with the beacon speed, they're running still less than their final rated output when we upgrade the modules, but because the prod 2s also have a speed penalty, we're not losing our rated throughput quite as badly as if I build around speed 2s. We're not going to have any anywhere near the throughput that we expect until we can do the module upgrade. And those modules are still a little ways away, right? We're planning around them when we're beaconing because we're going to have them soon anyway, but for everything else... Aren't prods better? For the most part, when we can use prod modules, we want to use prod modules. And then we beacon speed to make up for the prod modules being slow. You can't beacon productivity. Okay. This whole set is fine. This doesn't need modules in it. Whatever. Well, 25 a second. Yeah, we should prod or efficiency the glassworks. You can add more machines, which are cheap by comparison. Yeah, it depends on the machine. Pie machines are not always cheap. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the Mark II machines, if we go look at some random machines in game, pick one at random, sure. Biomass power plant. Yeah, this has 5 mechanical parts too, which is already like 5 modules worth of parts just in those mechanical parts, never mind everything else. And like, yeah, using Mark II modules with Mark II machines is a different story because the mech part's 3, but like, we'll be upgrading to Mark III buildings eventually anyway, so. Plus plus beaconed builds just look cool. Okay. So yeah, boron trioxide, beaconed, nice and easy setup. Diborane, boric acid on site, that's fine. This is using like a quarter of our borax, which is almost enough that I want to find a new source for it, but I don't necessarily care to do that right now, so we'll just deal with it, and if we start running out of borax, we'll find more. So this build we can grab the parts for. Glass fibers we can grab the parts for. How are we on sodium sulfate? Ooh, there's a bunch of things that use this. Okay. Um, 0.67 plus, oh, that's bisulfate, plus 1, so 1.67. Oh, plus 3.5, okay. So 5 point whatever. 5 1/4-ish. And that's also bisulfate. Okay, so this needs to be more. So I think we probably switched it over to this. And we need at least like 6. AM5, FM4. Yeah, there we go. Let's see. So that's 20. It's like 2.4 times 2 times 4. 4-second craft. And prod. 6.72 items per second out of 4 chemical plants. There we go. And actually, this will probably be an AM4 FM5 because we can run all 4 of them in one beacon instead of an AM5 FM4. Not that it really matters as far as YAFC is concerned. It's identical, but... Alright. That uses a lot of sodium hydroxide, and I know that we have also just added a lot of sodium hydroxide demand in other places. Come on, Brandon. Really? 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 How was this not already constantly broken? I mean, maybe it is. Maybe we've been slowly dying a sodium hydroxide death, and I didn't even know it. mean, I don't want to go through everything that uses sodium hydroxide here. Yeah, they're tier 1s. They're not prodded. Yeah, this gets a rebuild. We need at least, well, 48 here. Plus, how much did we just use for, like... nanocrystal and cellulose? Okay, like 8. And I think it also went into aerogel. 16. Okay. So we've got... I mean, at least 60 a second that we need. Oh, we need more than triple. We're quadrupling this to start. Wait. I do have more hydroxide. I do have more, but it's not in the... Okay, but this only spits out like 8 a second too. Okay. That is only a minor supplement. Why stop at quad? Well, we'll see how much input we need. Where's my CO2 from? Oh, that's a... Oh, that's a byproduct CO2. Okay, that's fine. Just go with 2 stacked red belts. That's perhaps excessive. If we go for 1 stacked green belt at this point, what is that, 75 a second? Oh, and that comes out to very nearly 2 chemical plants here. Did I say green? I meant yellow. A fully stacked yellow belt is 75 a second. Imagine. All right. And like... Oh dear, the problem is when we do this, because we're prodding, we end up with extra limestone. That's why this wasn't prodded. Because it loops if you don't prod it. Gotta be close to green belt. I'm not even close to blue belts yet. But also, if we do prod it, like, it saves us quite a bit of salt. Alright. I don't think we need to prod this step, though, because all that prodding this step does is make our limestone problem worse. Like, I don't care about saving water. So we'll just throw speed modules in, maybe. Yeah. If we throw in speed modules, then maybe we can do like a direct insertion or something. Or just assume that it will be on the same beacons. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Well, it sort of matters. There's only the 3 in pi as until we get to pi sex. Alright, so I gotta do something with the rest of this limestone. Because we're gonna end up with like 11 extra limestone. So what do we do with them? The other option is, can we do something extra with the lime? I mean, yes. But that also makes slaked lime. And then the loop doesn't work right. Why doesn't that work right? What's going on here? Lime to slaked lime. Oh, that needs to be connected. Yeah. So somewhere in here I have to decide. I was hoping that I could just like turn it into acetylene and move on with my life, but it does not look like that's gonna work right to close the loop. God, so many of these things need other ingredients brought on site for us to be able to like get rid of them is the issue. So I'm not really sure. All right, well, Twitch is telling me it's ad break o'clock. I'm going to step away and get some water. I'll see everyone in a few minutes and we'll figure this out. And we're back. Thanks for sticking around through the break, everyone. Senpai, the issue with just having it as an excess is that nothing in my base takes limestone as an input. Because limestone is always made from just water and nothing else, and because it's used frequently in very large quantities, I just never put it on rails. It's always made on site with soil extractors. So if I just have it as an excess, like, I'm still going to have to make a void setup for it, and it's going to be one of these recipes that uses it. The other option is we do this. We stop prodding. That's a lot of salt, but like... we can perhaps beacon it. I mean, if I can find some place and set up a couple of salt mines... almost identical. If I could find some place where I can set up a couple of salt mines, maybe this is the thing we do instead of trying to prod this final step to keep our salt input low. We can just rely on the fact that, like, why, yes, we can spit out a fully stacked yellow belt and just move on with our lives. And then these probably don't even have to be beaconed speed anymore. They can just be, like, built-in speed. Yeah. 15 is fine. Yeah. Then it's just speed modules everywhere. It's still bringing in, like, 60 coke, which is a hilarious amount, but we make oodles and oodles and oodles of coke, so, like, that's okay. Can't I dump? Nope, I can't dump anything. Are we sure about this being about having enough coke? No. But if I need to set up more red hot coke, we can do so. We have the capacity to handle the because we way overbuilt for handling the coke oven gas, right? As a void, so we should be able to double our red hot coke. Another line of coke, exactly. So yeah, let's if we have a couple of salt veins near each other. Ooh, look at that. Well, that one's kind of on the tracks, but we have one here and one here. We got a couple here. We, this one I'm probably already using. No, I'm not even. Here and here, two more. So yeah, there's lots of places where I have two salt veins next to each other still that are unoccupied. So I think... I'm already going... Well, yeah. I guess I might just have to make the rails a little further spread apart, as long as the support range is long enough to fit the machine in there. We could do it. We could do it right here. That's fine. Or this one and this one, or yeah, there's plenty around here. So that would get us... I mean, if I do all three, we already only need, like, barely more than one, so we could, like, double this with all three. But that's getting to the point where, like, what even do I do with all this carbon dioxide? What even do I do with this much coke that I have to make somehow? Yeah, that's like a whole dedicated Red Hot Coke build just for... But we do have plenty of coal, so like... But yeah, this is fine. This will be fine. Let's do this. Speed modules on everything. Let's actually scale this just a little bit higher. I'm going to scale this to like 12 chemical plants, whatever that number ends up being. Speed is 60%, so 1.2 times 2 times 12 times whatever. Um, 10... 48? That's not right. Unless I missed a factor of 2 and it's all the way up to 96. No, I did something wrong. I always need more salt. 60 plus 60. So this is 200. So is it... The total speed is 3.2, right? 12 machines. 10 sodium hydroxide in 6 seconds. Why am I struggling? So now I'm coming up with 64, and that's also wrong. Why can't I do this? I was able to do the math with the beacons. Why can't I do it without beacons? There we go. That's the number I want. $88. That's what I needed. Yeah, that's a nice clean setup. And that does mean we're going to have to use a stacked red belt, but whatever. Or 2 stacked yellow belts and split it in half, which is probably what I will actually do, but that's fine. Is there anything else? I mean, other than bringing in bonkers amounts of coke, I think this is fine. Shopping list to requester chest. We will make a bunch of sodium hydroxide. I'm not even going to tear down the old build. I'm just going to leave it. It's a rounding error. And then sodium sulfate was the next thing we were looking at. And this is another build that's getting rebuilt with lots of modules and stuff in it. Yay. Same with boron trioxide. Okay, I need to look at what these existing builds look like before I decide what I'm doing with them fully as part of upgrading here. Like, do we want to beacon these electrolyzers? Is that worth it? That's a lot of power. Probably not, because electrolyzers are awful. So yeah, we'll probably just accept having 8 electrolyzers. That's not a super big build. Glass fibers. I don't know if this is going to be a standalone build or if I'm going to do it with the rest of glass. I don't know if I have space with the rest of the glass stuff. Because, like, we already have a bunch of these inputs with boron trioxide. I I'm surprised I don't see the sodium sulfate, but maybe not at this build yet. Obviously the molten glass, but I don't know if I have a output station here to use with it or anything else, so at least it's not as cramped. Well, that's because half of it is over here now. We do the molten glass off-site and bring it in. And that build has been... Well, this is like 2 stacked yellow belts or something. No, fast belts. 2 stacked red belts of input. How much do we actually process, though? Here. Okay, apparently 100 a second. So... which is a weird number, but... maybe 90 a second is what I actually built it for, and there's a little bit of extra because I wanted even number of machines. That sounds like something I would do. Double it. Nah, molten glass is good. At least for now. All right, this is going to take a minute for all these chemical plants to get made. Oh, and speed module 2s are not going to come yet, so we have to do double everything. Oh, God. Okay, while we're waiting for all those buildings to get made, let's check out our current sodium sulfate. Yeah, this is easy enough. This is just sodium hydroxide and sulfuric acid, right? Yeah, so we're going to go down to 4 chemical plants. So all I need for this is the beacon. And then we just rebuild it in place, and we're actually ripping out a bunch of buildings. So that's fine. That is 2 more modules. Let's actually put the upgrades in a separate chest. That'll... And then boron trioxide is the other one. That's probably going to be the same. Why do I have 2 different boron trioxide builds? I assume one of these feeds into part of something else. Boron. Oh, this is the boron build. I decided not to ship the triox. Oh, yeah, that's right. We ship boric acid. And we make the trioxide on site. Which I guess we could also do for glass fibers, depending on how much boric acid we're making, or how much we need. But it's only a couple of seconds, so maybe not. All right, yeah, and if we're gonna change this to also be beaconed, then all of these need... how many machines do we have? Oh, 9, but they're Mark 1s. Okay. So I think we do need everything. These are Mark 1s too? Yeah, all these are Mark 1 machines. Okay, so that's going to be a full rebuild. That's a grab the whole shopping list. Oh, and I should double check with sodium sulfate that was actually already Mark 2 buildings and not Mark 1s. Because if those are all Mark 1s, then... nope, they're Mark 2s. Okay, yeah. Then in that case, all we need to do is bring in the beacon. Cool, that one's easy. So we're just waiting for one more chemical plant here. And then a bunch of different stuff for the boron. What do you need? Just the Mark 1. What does it need? Just a little bit of glass. There it goes. Oh, and concrete. Oh, there they are. Charging. How are the bots doing down here? I mean, we have space. We're waiting for Rayon. All right. Yeah, we're just kind of always waiting for ingredients to get brought over for the bot upgrades. So I could increase the request amount so that the bots are more frequently bringing things over. Maybe that's a worthwhile thing. How would I do that? I do that with a arithmetic combinator. We do need to power. Whoops. So each signal times, I don't know, 3 output each signal. There we go. Now this is going to request a lot more of each of the input items. And the bots will stay a little busier bringing things down here, but it should keep this running more consistently. I hope. I hope. Okay, we've got everything for the sodium sulfate upgrade and everything for the new sodium hydroxide build. So let's go do the new sodium hydroxide build. Let's also check on kickout modules. How many are in here? 597. We need 960. Almost there. So close. Over half. Yeah, they're going fast. Or going fast enough considering how many other things we have to work on is really the threshold that matters. Is this running okay? No, it doesn't have kick-out. Oh, it sort of has kick-outs. But these are all probably turned off because we have more than enough of the, yeah. Fast for AL. That is true. The plants usually aren't as bad as the wildlife. So, let's see what this salt mine looks like if we try to hook it up here. I mean, that's not bad. That's fine. Both very wild considering everything was grown in a vat. True. Oh, not very wild. They're inspired by wild animals. Okay, what are our inputs to this? We are going to have 4 stations in total, it looks like. Because we're going to have a huge coke input station. We're going to have... Well, I'm probably actually going to do 2 output stations. I really should do 2 output stations. Because we're just going to have that much of the sodium hydroxide. So we get to start right here with high throughput drop-off. Requesting... lots of coke. And then the other input is going to go here. And this is going to bring in fuel oil, which I was going to say, do we already have fuel oil for other mines? But no, these are fueled by drill heads, which makes no sense, but we accept it nonetheless. All right. And then our other salt mine is over here. Yeah. How do I want to do that? I'll need to think about how I want to route these, because we have some other mining outposts here. And then somewhere here, we're going to have to pull a pipe. Yeah. That'll be fuel oil. All right. So then, how are we doing this? We need to bring, like, across here or so. And, oh, actually, if we're going to run these at 88 a second, we get to do this thing. Because this will run... yeah, a lot more a second than 1/2 of a yellow belt. And then we'll want to do the same thing down here. That doesn't look that bad yet, but that's just because I haven't put in the speed modules. Now it's going. So these get to join up here and come back to a red belt. This gets to be... these are each 25 a second, and we need 66. So in theory, just 3. Although that won't easily go to both sides of a belt, so... yeah, I guess we'll just do 4. Wildly, that fits on one yellow belt, the amount of stuff we need. And then, oh, the limestone loops. Oh. I need some soil extractors. Because we need to have, like, a bootstrap amount of limestone. We only need, like, 2 of these. But we do need them. So, this is going to come through. Those are going to come first into 5 high-pressure furnaces, making lime. And everything gets speed modules in this build. All right, we went bonkers. So each of those is going to have, like, 8.8 limestone a second and 13.2 coke a second. So that's just the coke. And then I guess the limestone's on its own belt. That's only like 7.2. We need more. We're doing this. Do I hate doing this? Yes. But we need the throughput. I could maybe try to figure out how to reposition. No, I don't think I can get enough. Well, I mean, if I put it here, we could get 4 power. We can have enough power. That's just gross. But, like, that would work. Then we have the extra power pole. Is this better or worse than using the underground is really the question. And the output is the same amount as the limestone, so like 8.8, which is only like 2 inserts, which is a delight. All right. Well, except that really does have to be stacked coming in, going out on that side, because no matter what belt we use, that's too much for unstacked anything. And at 45 a second, it will fit on 1/2 of a red belt, but not 1/2 of a yellow belt. Okay. And I have an odd number of these. If I could easily get it to both halves of the belt, that would be one thing, but I can't, so we're just going to run red belt through here, and then we'll do the same thing that I actually did on the other machines. Yeah, we'll take one of these, and then we can do that. And then we can run it as a yellow belt as the input to the next stage, which is 6 chemical plants to do the slaked lime. Let's see. What's 44 divided by 6? 7.3. So like 2 blue inserters on each of these. Water input. And then the slaked lime output. And that's it, right? That is it for these ones. Cool. And then, because that's only a fluid output, we don't really have to worry about two sides of any belts or anything. Three, 4, 5. Woo. Perfectly aligned. Didn't even notice I was doing that. All right, let's offset that a little bit. And then we have 12 chemical plants making sodium hydroxide out of salt and slaked lime. Okay. So these are going to have our salt belt coming in, which is here, which we're going to change a little bit. And that's 88 salt divided by 12 machines. So again, 7.3, so just 2 inserters on each. And that means just 1 inserter on the output. Well, no. It's going to be 2 inserters on the output for sodium hydroxide. And then probably like 2 more on the output for um 2.35, so like 4.7 there. And that's fine. Yeah, 3.6. Okay. So the bottom belt is going to be the sodium hydroxide. The top belt is going to be the limestone. Oh, except again, this all has to be stacked, so no. It'll all be on one belt, but because it's stacked, actually, can we do that? 88, 44, 132. Yes, that'll all fit on both sides of a stacked red belt. So if we used stack inserters, 1 for each product, and a red belt, that should be fine. We just have to swap it after so many machines. Swap it to the other side. Yeah. 12 machines there. Now here, we get to split out We get to split out our output. Sodium hydroxide. And then on the other side, this is the limestone back out. We will pull the limestone back out. Give ourselves a little more room to work here. So we're going to have this belt coming in alongside there. So we'll prioritize anything coming through the loop, not whatever we're doing as sort of our initial feed in. And then here we're going to have lots and lots of sodium hydroxide that we need to bring up. And I'm going to do 2 stations. High throughput pickups. Each of these gets, well, basically 44 items a second. Okay. And then I could set this up with the, and maybe I should set this up with the logic around balancing the train limits on these. But for now, I am not going to bother. We will see if it becomes necessary. How am I 2 speed modules short? Huh. That's weird. No, I'm 4 speed modules short. Interesting. Okay. We will add those to our requests as well, alongside our... I manually changed the speed module request because YAFC has Mark IIs and those are Mark Is. So probably when I did that change, I just misclicked or mistyped. But yeah, I think once we grab the modules and the input limestone, we should be all set. I could probably add, I don't know if it's necessary, add a little bit of like a buffer chest for the limestone that's looping. Maybe that's worthwhile. Oh, these are still Mark IIs as well. Yep. I'm like, why aren't we getting Modules delivered. Same issue. And 8 productivity modules. We are going to have a lot of running around upgrading modules to do when the time comes. Unfortunately, moving to prod 2s, if we didn't design around them in the first place, then, like, you can't just drop a bunch of prod 2s in place around the base. We could do that with the efficiency modules. Anywhere we're using efficiency modules, just upgrade them to Mark 2s. And same with speed modules. But prods you really have to design around. Okay. I think we got what we need here. How are the bot upgrades going? Are we doing a better job keeping this, like, full and running? Yes. Yep, just having a slightly larger buffer there is enough for the, enough for things to be moving better. There's still a lot of bots to upgrade. If I check production statistics... Yeah. Guess it's hard to judge, really. But I think this was me upgrading it while it was running not as fast as I would like, and then it got the output got full again, and now we're making more. All time, what have we done? We've done 600 and something of them out of 5,000 Logibots in the mall. So, 10%. And almost 2/3 of the way through the kickouts. I feel like we're actually making good progress today, which doesn't always happen. What are you? Volcanic pipe. All right. Diamonds. So, like... Of course. That. And then at least one of these stages has a water input, which we will hook up to the same place there. 1.5 water pumps to run this. Okay. Do we want to try to grab it like here? How about right here? Think that's fine, and we'll pull this across. I think the only question is, do we need to put a buffer chest, like, on this? Yeah, like that. And all that just does is give us a little bit of breathing room. Like, we will reach the point where this belt is saturated and we're not pushing any more of these in, and that's fine. But you want to make sure that, like, if there's gaps in this belt, we don't end up pushing too much limestone into those gaps and, like, jamming up the whole system at some point. So, we will leave space for breathing room. It's fine. The input limestone is basically free, so... Oh, we never actually hooked up the slaked lime pipe. Oops. Yeah, and then everything here has stuff in their hands, so we have to wait for the hands to fill up before they can actually output. But there we go. Yeah, this is going to take a second to really start going, because these do not produce anywhere near 44 limestone a second, right? These produce 0.8 limestone a second. Which is like 1/55th of, yeah. Calculator agrees with my arithmetic. 1/55th of what's needed to run this consistently. So it's going to take a while before it starts to loop back, and then once it does start to loop back, it'll oh, the speed modules, thank you. Yeah, we're nowhere near these machines turning on yet anyway at this end, but still useful. Yeah, I think I just have to wait for this to bootstrap, unless I want to put in more initial limestone, and I don't really. So this will be the... Yeah, but we already have some looping, which is delightful. Yeah, that would involve going back to the base and coming back here, though. And, like, I don't want to come back here. I'm done. It'll be fine. It'll get itself going sooner than later. Oh, these are already turning yellow because I didn't hook up the CO2 output. So let's do that. That's important. Let's see. I guess we could just do it right here. And let me see, can I find a fluid void to copy from somewhere nearby? Surely over here there's one. There we go. Yeah, we're already starting to get limestone cycling, so this won't take too much longer to actually start running consistently, I don't think. Why does this think these can only do like 6.3 a second coming off of a yellow belt? It seems low. Because that would only put us at like 37 or 38 a second of the 44 a second that we need. This is saying we need like 4 for each half belt. Which maybe is true. So we would do it more like that. Sure. Whatever. That works. I'm going to trust the numbers and just do it. Because that gives us like 25 on each half. Gets us up to 50. Although I don't know if this fully understands. Maybe it doesn't account for the belt stacks correctly, so it doesn't know how. Doesn't actually know how long these need to wait on the other side of the belt. Oh. Cool. That is, I mean, I think done, as long as I make sure all of my signaling is correct and it all looks good. Then I think we can call this build done. We've got a couple more things sitting at the mall already ready to go, right? Yeah. I didn't label this one. This one's for boron trioxide. I believe sodium sulfate is that one. So let's run up to the mall and grab those things for those upgrades. You know what? I'm going to do the thing. I was deciding whether I wanted to, and I think I should. I'm going to balance the train limits on these. So let me find a place where we need to do that. Someplace like iron ore here. And we will copy all of that. So one of these gets to be alpha, and the other one gets to be beta. And then each of them is just like set train limit, I think. Yeah, they're just set train limit, set to the opposite one. And that's all on the red network. I'm just trying to make sure that this is all actually done right. Yeah, that's all on the red network across, all on the red network, all on the red network. Okay. All right, and then you set your train limit based on beta. And you set your train limit based on alpha. Oh, and not this. This needs to be sodium hydroxide divided by... This stacks to 100, so it's actually 2K. And same on this side. There we go. So now as these get assigned jobs, they set their train limits to 1 initially, and as each one gets trains, the other one gets its train limit bumped. It just helps keep, like, a bunch of trains from lining up for one of these stations when the other one is empty. It distributes the queue a little bit better around the whole train, like, region through the build. Like, yes, we don't have space for real stackers, so if the train limit gets too high, it's still going to queue up on the main tracks, but it's better when we distribute the load. All right, Twitch is telling me it has been another hour. As usual, I'm going to step away and get some water during the ad break. I recommend everyone else take the opportunity to stretch your legs, get some water if you haven't moved in the past hour. Take care of yourselves, as the ugly bags of mostly water that we all are. And I will see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, what are we doing next? This is running. Yeah, awesome. This is running well. It is slowly but surely starting to... It's gonna take a little while for the loop to properly saturate, but we're doing fine. It's running slightly more continuously now. Sweet. All right, we're out of here. This is done. So I think next, I should do the sodium sulfate upgrade and the boron trioxide upgrade. And then after those, we can take a look at glass fibers into fiberglass. We'll see how much further we get tonight. Also, how are we doing here? Still at 617. Uh-oh. Oh, we're out of mutant enzymes. Womp womp. That's probably fine for now. I mean, it's expected, I guess, for now. It's broken. Uh-oh. 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 Not happy about that. Where's the new chromium build? Here we go. What's going on? Did I forget to make this a void? Yes, I did. That was a bad song. Let's see. Do I have a void here? That's a fluid void. Do I have a solid void? Surely over here somewhere. Someplace I'm doing processing of metals is going to have like a gravel output or something. Please? There we go. That's down here. All right, I'm gonna have to swing by that to get that to actually get built. I'll grab the other stuff and we'll do that on the way. On the way by. I'm not quite sure how far out of our way that's going to be, but not terribly out of our way. Okay, well, sodium sulfate is up here, so we'll do that first, and then boron trioxide is over here. Yeah. So we'll do sodium sulfate up here. I guess we'll do the boron trioxide, and then we'll come down and fix chromium last. Or we go and fix chromium first and work our way north, and then from sodium sulfate, we're ready to come back to the mall and pick up the next thing. Maybe that's the better choice. Because who knows how long chromium has been broken. I'm assuming this big spike in production is when I turned on the new build. Is that right? Or is this ramp up in production when I turned on the new build? 48 hours ago? I mean, maybe that's more right. So yeah, it's been dead for... I mean, it's been bouncing off of 0, and I suspect this is where it filled up. And then occasionally we pull deliveries out of that station, and now it's been pretty dead. That's what I'm going to say. Because it wasn't set to go to the void station. So it's been busted for like 12 hours. And just finally couldn't make it anymore. All right. So, wait a second. I only have one beacon. I'm going to need more beacons than this. I didn't account for all my beacons when we did this setup. So for the sodium sulfate, we need one beacon. I'll be able to fit 4 chemical plants around it. Not a problem. Easy upgrade. For the boron trioxide, again, I think it's just one beacon. So I might just need one more beacon and the 2 more modules to go with it. Okay. I probably have one of these built because I requested some extras earlier. Yeah. So it will take only a second for the bot to grab those modules. Doink. Done. Yeah, let's go fix Chromium first. Every time you look up, it's staring at the calculator. I'm always staring at the calculator. It is a real problem. No, I was just double checking how many machines I had at each build for how many beacons I need, because YAFC doesn't put the beacons in the shopping list for you. You have to figure that out. It is YAFC with it. It's Spreadsheet Simulator. We could just as easily be playing EVE Online right now and no one would know the difference. All right, now this should be set for Void and allow more trains, and yeah, there we go. That'll clear out. So our first stop is boron trioxide. Which is really tucked into a forest here, so we're going to do some... The cloverleaf. They're usually okay. The one up here is worse than the one down there. This is like the worst intersection in the whole base. This one can be pretty bad too. They're really only a problem when we have like load spikes on the rail network, but stuff isn't, well, science isn't running, so maybe that's why there aren't that many trains moving around. Science was working so well for so long. I'm gonna say we're out of brains again. Look, we're out of brains again. Is that because... why? I mean, the AUGs are running. Trits are running. Wow. Look at all of that optical fiber. It's beautiful. I don't think anything's wrong with it. I think we just don't make enough brains. That's the unfortunate. I mean, we're not doing fan yachts, but they don't run very often anyway. Scrondrixes are running right now. Do they even make brains? They make brains. Stuff's running. We just have too much brain demand. Because we turned on the neuromorphic chips, right? And these also are sucking down brains like nothing else. So I suspect that's part of the issue, is the neuromorphic chips. Because that also requires a ton of neuroprocessors, and those, I believe, also have brains in them. Yeah. Time to make another animal processing line just for brains, right? Unfortunately, I think my best choice for brains is still augs. So, like, I mean, we were looking earlier, I was like, how do augs work? And it's because we only pulled like half of them. So I could double this. That's a lot of augs. Yeah, it's a mess. Should be able to get a Scrondrix turd soon. This? Ooh, I already have it researched. Significantly more neural material when slaughtered. Ooh. I need to look at my turds more often. That's the real... That's seaweed, not Scrondrix. That's Scrondrix. Whoa! Oh, but I have to use the improved cage Scrondrix. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if the improved Scrondrix is... Yeah, Nanochondria is locked behind prod. Yep. So I can take the turd, but you only get it behind Nanochondria. There isn't a version of it without the Nanochondria upgrade. Darn. I mean, Biofactory turds, I haven't even looked at. There's a ton of these that I should probably take the time to evaluate. Visible researched, there we go. And we've done some of these. Wow, I never even took a data array upgrade. Like, Archods we've taken, we have Colony Collapse. Augs I never bothered. Biofactories I never bothered. Did I ever do a Cotton Gut turd? No. Creature Chamber I took. Planetary Adaptation. So... yeah, there's a lot of basic things that have turds that I never took the turds on. It is worth taking the time to think about at some point, but... Alright, so as far as the boron trioxide goes, this is basically a clean rebuild. Unfortunately. We're pulling in 21 borax a second, so I'm actually going to want to change these stations too. Just because we're going to have enough enough borax coming in that it's worth a high throughput station, I think. So this will request, whoops, borax. Nope. Let's change this too, so that I don't need this power pole here in my way. Good. Water pipe, fine. Hydrogen pipe is fine. We'll change that to use here. We'll just change all that to use modern pipes since we're here. And then we'll need to bring in a new station for coke, since that is no longer coming in at the station up top. I guess I could. All right. This is going to back up very soon unless I get it like up and running. So let's get it up and running. First up, we need 21.3 borax a second into 8 electrolyzers. And these are going to make diborane, and they get efficiency modules. And there will be hydrogen in and diborane out, and that's pretty much it. Quite clear enough space. Hydrogen. Oh, it helps to have input. Sure. What do these need? 2.85. Will that quite fit with one of these? No, 2.3. All right. Apologies for the awful sound the electrolyzers make. It is the worst. And then after that, we've got 4 more electrolyzers to make the actual boric acid. Cool. And then water. Can I fit 2 pumps anywhere around here? Not easily. We can do 2 here next to each other. It's always like, what about these 2? Yeah, that works. I'll take that. That's good enough. All right, and that gets us boric acid. And then the boric acid goes into 4 high-pressure furnaces, which is on an AM5, FM5. So that's going to need a little bit of finagling, I think. Because we're going to be doing, like, this kind of thing. Making the boron trioxide. All right, and we can't trust these numbers because this build is being built for module 2s. But each of them pulls in 2 coke a second and outputs like 1.5 boron trioxide. Those speed 2s do a lot. And also, I don't think this counts for beacons correctly. So it's a total of 8 coke a second, which is like 2 of these guys. And I guess we'll bring it in like this. Don't love that necessarily, but and then they all output like 3 boron trioxide, which is going to be a blue. Maybe we pull this back one more. Because, like, I think we have the space to do red inserters here. So if we do reds as our inputs. Yeah, that's still plenty. And then we can do blues as our outputs. And then we run the output right around here. Side load to split because we have 11.2 feeding into 1 yellow belt. And then that's like 3 blues. Okay. There we go. Why is this not... Oh, there it goes. All All right, yeah, and then we just got to get the boron trioxide in. Cool. Done. Boron trioxide. Yay. And hopefully... I was going to say, this probably wants to get a delivery of more, not quite, more borax. It has enough. There's too much coke in here because I forgot to put the coke back in the chest before I updated the train requests. But it will, I think there's enough borax that it'll be fine. It'll figure itself out. Yeah, and all of these are going to be backed up right now because until we have tier 2 speed modules here, this is not running anywhere near what this is built for, right? That's just part of this whole process of building these up before we have the final, like, scale of module that we want. And that's fine. That's expected. We know things aren't quite ratioed right until the modules are all upgraded. I just had to stop and think about it for a second and remind myself why it was like that. All right, sodium sulfate. Oh, it's already a high throughput station. Beautiful. Easy. Perfect. So, in sodium sulfate land, we've got... It's just going to be 4 chemical plants around a beacon. All right. That's easy. Well, I say easy. Not necessarily easy. But not hard. And what beacon are we at? AM4, FM5? Well, if we can fit them all around 1, then we'll do this, right? AM5, FM4 is cheaper for 1 beacon. Yeah. Because, yeah, all these are just pulling in the same... They're all pulling in 12 sodium hydroxide a second. All right. And they're outputting 6.72 divided by 4. What an awful number. 1.6. Which is fine on one outserter like that. So that is what we will do, although maybe not precisely there. Actually, yes, precisely there. That's fine. There. And since it is 6.7, that is slightly more than half a belt. No, it's not. 7.5 is half a belt, not 6.5. I can do factorial math. Water. How much water do we need? Oh, that's a water out. Okay. Yeah, there should be an outfall around somewhere. Yes. Water out. And then the sulfuric in. Is that it? This feels too easy, but... And again, until we upgrade the modules, this isn't quite going to be running at full speed, but... Yeah, only 5 a second right now, instead of the 6.72. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, not that again was not a problem, but will be a problem as soon as we try to build the next things. So let's pop back to the... Oh, let me check while I'm thinking about it. Have we gotten more? We have not. All right. This is still blocked on the mutant enzymes, which are still blocked on propeptides, which are still blocked on chromium. I didn't actually check if my fix fixed chromium. We should be keeping an eye on that. I mean, it's running again. So it seems like the answer is yes, I fixed it, maybe? It's just going to take a little while for everything to start working right. Yeah. Okay. Wow. We got plenty of gold. Which is nice, because as soon as we start actually building out blue chips, we're going to start chipping into that gold reserve pretty quickly. Gold is never as much of a problem as silver was. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's going to be as much of a problem, but it's just a thing I'm keeping an eye on because it is tied to chrome production, right, at the end of the day, so... Yeah. But the whole gold chain shouldn't even be really getting run right now. Yeah, and we're not. We're overflowing to make more chromite sand, which is exactly what the system should be in this situation. Cool. I think... All right, I'm going to wrap up shortly because I'm getting hungry. But I think what I will do is let's get the requests in for the next couple builds and make sure that we're happy with our choices of like modules and beacons or lack thereof. But I think glass fibers wise, yeah, there's not really anything to do with this. Other than maybe speed up the soil extractors, but that feels silly. So I think this one will be fine. And then fiberglass is just one more thing after that, one more step. Boric acid, nylon, rayon, epoxy. Yeah. All fine. All right, we can grab these shelving lists then. These are easy. And fiberglass. And then both of these, I need to change the modules. Cool. That is done. And then when we return, we can start with those builds next week. The ammonium oxalate, carbon fiber, and emit matrices are all for special small parts. So maybe we hold off on those. And we look at the next things for high-tech circuit boards instead, which I think is dimethyl sulfide that we haven't figured out yet, and maybe iron niobium alloy. I don't know if we have this already. And even if we do, it might be this recipe, and we may want to upgrade to this recipe. Ooh, excuse me. And then after that, I think we just build it. Like, this is going to be a bunch of small builds right next to each other. But it'll be, you know, bring in fiberglass, copper, whatever else, make circuit substrates, make cooling systems, make processors, make capacitors, make superconducting. This probably needs to be its own build, right? Because it's used in a bunch of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, what else do we need to potentially... Well, a bunch of these are going to be their own, effectively their own little sub-builds, right? But I should split them all out into their own tabs. Just do the spreadsheeting work. I haven't done that yet. But yeah, that'll be next week. Tomorrow, I think I had to cut yesterday's Isles of Sea and Sky stream short because of thunderstorms not playing nicely with computers. So I might just do that tomorrow. I don't know if I don't jump into that, then it'll be you know, the usual Friday Minecraft or Pal World or something like that. But I might want to keep going on Isles of Sea and Sky because I was making good progress and I'm feeling I'm enjoying the puzzle games. So that will probably be tomorrow. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. If you find this on YouTube and want to watch live, as always, there's a link to my Twitch down in the description. And I'll see everybody later.